So, this is a media mate, and it can... So, this is a media mate, and it contains a bunch of 5 and a quarter inch discs. There's a lot of classics in here, including Wolfenstein and Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, which inspired us later. And just behind that is the game, Karateka. Love it, it's so good.
I remember seeing Karateka and wanting it, and then not have enough money to buy it. But I think I saved up some money and I eventually went back and got it. I was sold on the box artwork alone. Kind of told a story. I remember the illustration was really well done. And again, just kind of told a story of what that game was. And yeah, eventually I picked it up and started playing it.
When I first loaded it up, what I expected was something down the lines of Karate Champ or similar head-to-head beat-em-ups. Instead, what I got was a cinematic experience. That's what blew my mind, right? The fact that it started with, you know, a text crawl, right out of, which to my mind, that was right out of Star Wars, right? That cinematic experience is the thing that was just amazing, right? It was the most movie-like experience I'd ever had in a video game at that point.
It really felt like, you know, you're a karate hero in a movie. You know, that's fantastic. All the other things feel like bleeps and bloops, and this is like, you know, movie making. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was just very impressed by the fluidity of the animation. And the kicks look great. The punches look great. They were always capped off with a little bit of a sound, a little kia. Yeah, the fluidity of the motion, I think, really set the stage for the rest of what I had consumed about that game.
The animation was cool, and that was very innovative, obviously, at the time. The process and the beginning of animation getting better and better, right, and more cinematic. Taking cues from the movie industry. But I think the story, I think the storytelling was probably one of the first. I can't think of another game at the time that had that element to it.
The characters were not little sets of pixels. They, in fact, were fully formed individuals. They had personalities. They had strengths and weaknesses. You've got to remember the level of graphics that people were doing at that time, and they were on the sophisticated side for that time.
Karateka was historically a very significant game, and it saw the future before anybody else did. Part of it was because it understood the language of cinema, that visuals mattered, that full motion mattered, that human beings and characters and characterization and storytelling and music mattered in a way that we take for granted now when we see games that are at least as complex as films.
You know, a common knock against a lot of game developers today is that they want to be movie makers. But gosh, you could almost look at Karateka as sort of the original apple from the tree of knowledge there. It was really, in a lot of ways, the first game that put together fluidity of motion, cinematic shots, story arc, twists, filmic language, and pointed the way towards a marriage of film, movie style storytelling and gameplay.
actually got started when you kept going to the local arcade and you kept borrowing quarters to put in the arcade machine to do, what was it? Not Star Wars.
Space Invaders?
No.
Asteroids?
Asteroids. Yeah. You were completely addicted to asteroids. Every day you couldn't wait to go to the arcade to put some more quarters in that machine to play asteroids.
And that was 1980, so by then I was already in high school. That's pretty embarrassing if I was borrowing quarters from you.
From everybody. Yeah. But I gave you the quarters, and then you decided you had to program your own asteroids. Why leave it to the arcade? And you said, I can do this on my computer. You were caricaturing when you were 9 years old.
The caricaturing, yeah.
But you did it because you wanted to use the money to buy an Apple computer.
The way I remember it, I was 12, 13 years old. I was doing the caricatures, I was doing the Cookie magazine, my Mad magazine parody. And really I wanted to do comics and animated films, but this was before computers came along. So I think if the Apple II hadn't been invented when it was, I probably would have just kept on making comics.
Okay, but I remember that you went to those street fairs, to those town fairs, to earn money to buy yourself an Apple computer.
Yeah. And I didn't know what the money was going to be for, but it was, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, but later on, you were definitely trying to save up I think you needed $900 to buy an Apple computer.
Yeah, $1,200.
$1,200.
That was the price of a 16K
So,
Apple II.
So to translate that into today's money, you can multiply maybe by 6. That's real money.
I know it was all the money I had.
Yeah.
And that even after doing the caricatures,
then you
I
borrowed
didn't
from
have
Emily
it. Yep.
to get for the last $100. You borrowed it from Emily. So then you started programming games. So the first one was Asteroids.
Asteroids was actually, I mean, it took a couple of years to get to that point because my first games were in BASIC. You know, there was a game called Breakout on the Apple II. It had colored blocks and you have a kind of a paddle. It's very simple. It's a ball bouncing and you try to knock out the blocks.
Yes, right.
And so I would look at these programs written in BASIC and try to deconstruct how they'd been done.
Mm-hmm.
And IBM had the Thomas J. Watson Research Center Explorers program. Once a week, my friend Adrian would drive me after high school to IBM, and they would let us kids come in and use the computers after hours. So that's where I first started learning how to program BASIC and APL.
I see.
And then with the Apple, it had BASIC, but it also had machine language, which was more of a mystery. It took longer to learn that.
Yeah. I remember that you did program Asteroids. You worked on that quite a while, and it was so good, such a good replica of Asteroids that a New Jersey company bought it from you. They paid you a lot of money.
Well, maybe, I think it was $400.
That was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money. And it was the first money that I'd earned by programming.
Yeah.
And I was keeping track of it.
It was fabulous, and you had a royalty position, and you thought you would make a lot more money from the royalty, but then they got sued, and they had to stop the whole thing because it was too good a replica of Asteroids.
Yeah, that's right. That's almost exactly how it happened. The best-selling Apple game at that time was Space Invaders, and they sold, I don't know how many, but I figured out that if I could do that for Asteroids, that would be my ticket.
Yeah, and you were right. I mean, if they hadn't gotten sued, you would have.
If that'd been a year earlier, right, that was just about the time that Atari kind of figured out what was going on, and they sent threatening letters to all of the new game publishers saying, you can't publish copies of our games, and the Asteroids never got published.
That was a big letdown.
Jordan was from a different world when I met him.
I don't think I ever heard a single college-related story from him. He was in a different world. I think college was just a place he lived. At least that's the impression that he gave.
What did you think about me making games? The fact that I was in college, but I was taking my computer with me and spending most of my time on these games.
You know, I always encouraged everything you wanted to do. I was indiscriminate.
That's true. I don't remember you ever trying to discourage me or telling me that I should focus on my studies.
In our family, that's what works best. People follow their passions, and that usually leads to a good result.
And so Jordan was this really, like his father played Go, his father played chess, just a very intellectual background. And yet Jordan was so into pop culture. Jordan loved all of the movies that had come out, Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all of those other movies, and also classics of cinema. So he was well versed in all of it. So he's this intellectual, like consummate intellectual, but is super into pop art forms as well. And I think Jordan managed to sort of gain control of his life, and everything else sort of fell away from that. His studies and everything, he started forgetting about.
I mean, I was getting pretty bad grades my freshman year. I was struggling. I had to drop a bunch of classes because I was spending all my time programming games. Did you even know that?
That didn't worry me because I knew that was common among high achievers.
Same thing with Bill Gates, although I think Bill's departure from Harvard was involuntary. But a lot of these guys, they're just in too much of a hurry to get on with it and didn't want to spend any more time wasting their time.
You did another one which was called Death Bounce, right?
Yeah, amazing. I'm amazed you can remember that. Yes, it was Death Bounce.
Death Bounce, yeah.
And it was kind of like asteroids, but just different enough to be original. Instead of the asteroids, it was bouncing colored balls, like pool balls that ricocheted off the sides of the screen.
So what happened to that?
Well, that was the first game that I sent to Broderbund.
Oh yeah.
And I was in college. I was in my dorm room freshman year when the phone rang, and it was Doug Croston, the president of Broderbund, saying, "Thanks for sending." That sent the game on a floppy disk, in the mail. That's how they did it then.
He was in college, and by his own admission, spending a lot more time learning to program than studying sociology or whatever it was he was majoring in down at Yale. He sent, I think his very first submission was something called Death Bounce. And I actually thought he was a pretty good coder, especially for somebody who obviously wasn't doing it full time, although it turned out he was doing it a lot more full time than I realized.
And he said, you know, it's well programmed, you know, you're a good programmer, but this game is just a little bit old fashioned.
There was no plot, there was no story, there was nobody you cared about, there were just balls bouncing around doing different things. And although you could get away with that, I just thought it would be a much better product, not that particular one, but if he would try to come up with a storyline, a backstory for what he was doing. I did try to make it as much a not rejection as I could by telling him that I thought he was a keeper and he just needed to work on something that was a little bit different.
I got that phone call and he said, I'm going to send you our new game, which is a big hit called Choplifter, so you can see what this year's games look like.
That was Danny Gorlin, and it was a straight submission. And initially there wasn't a game. He just was really interested in what it would take to make a joystick fly a helicopter on the screen. And then he added a little rescue thing, and we eventually, with him, turned it into a game.
And Choplifter was, you controlled a helicopter, and the idea was to rescue hostages.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of based on the Iran hostage crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to fly your helicopter and rescue these little, 8-pixel high characters who are running around in the desert. It's a very simple game by today's standards, but what struck me about it was that it told a story.
That inspired you to think about karateka?
Yeah, because when I saw Choplifter, it's like the state of the art of games had advanced. And that was kind of a revelation to me, because I realized that all the games that I'd been trying to make, Asteroids and Deathbounce, were really inspired by those coin-op arcade games, where you had 3 lives and you tried to rack up as many points as you could. But then with the home computers, games were sold on floppy disks, so you actually owned the game. So when I saw Choplifter, I realized that there's no need to make those kind of games, where people are going to keep playing to try to get a high score. Mm-hmm. A game can actually have an end. Mm-hmm. At the end of Choplifter, it doesn't say game over.
Yeah.
Put your quarter in, it says the end. And so that was new at the time, so that sort of was part of the inspiration for Karateka, to do a game that would also tell a story.
I was thinking about how Karateka got started. Do you remember how it got started?
So I was in college. It was my freshman year, I think, in college.
Yeah.
I probably came home on vacation.
Yeah.
At one point with this new project that was starting, and we were taking karate lessons at the local gym at Chappaqua. I remember that.
You were?
Well, Mom and Emily and I took some
that your
too.
mother and Emily were doing karate very vigorously.
Yeah, so I took karate lessons too that summer. I didn't get very good at it. I think I was a yellow belt or something like that.
Became a black belt.
Yeah.
So how did you come up with the idea of a villain and the prince and the princess? Where'd you get that from?
I think it was really Choplifter that gave me the idea that a game could tell a story. And then as to what the story was, since I knew that the gameplay would be a series of karate battles, it was really, I just turned to the Bruce Lee movies.
Bruce Lee.
The simplest kind of story. It's always a series of karate battles leading up to the battle with the...
And the drama was when there's a problem and the hero has to solve it. Liberate a princess or...
Well, I was trying to give it human interest.
Yeah. Just wondered what the model for that was.
I mean, Disney was an influence for sure. I mean, thinking of films like Snow White or Pinocchio, where you always had this sort of scary villain who would, capture one of the characters. Or The Wizard of Oz, you had the Wicked Witch of the West, you had Dorothy trapped in the witch's castle. With Dorothy even had an hourglass. I'm sure that was part of the inspiration for Prince of Persia.
So then how long did you work on Karateka?
It was a couple of years. Do you remember seeing the first version?
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah. I saw everything.
Yeah, you saw it evolve.
I saw it evolve. Yeah, I remember that I remember telling you that there were great props available if you used the Japanese theme. That you could use a Shinto gate and Mount Fuji in the background. Remember that?
Was that your idea?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Because you didn't know what those things were.
Oh, I mean, we had the prints of the wave breaking on Mount Fuji.
Yes.
We had those books of Hokusai prints and Shiraku prints. And I think you brought those back from a trip you made to Japan in the 60s, right? Because growing up, I mean, we had a Goban.
Yes. Yeah, I bought back the Go sets and the Goban. But anyway, I remember telling you about the Shinto gate. And then we looked it up. Because I didn't remember exactly what the boards looked like. So we looked it up and found a picture of one in the middle of the water. Remember?
Yeah.
The ocean. I said, that's what it should look like. And you said, okay, and you did it right away.
Yeah, I remember drawing that gate in perspective.
Yeah.
And when it scrolled onto the screen, because it was so big, it slowed down the animation. But it was worth it. And then Mount Fuji was always visible in the background.
Yes.
It was kind of an illusion of animation because you couldn't really do scrolling on the Apple II. But there was this gate that had a repeating, a post.
Yes.
So it was really just one, a few bytes of
Fuji
graphics.
was a static pop.
Right, and the posts were like a mask over it. When they moved, it kind of gave the illusion that the whole camera was scrolling, even though really there was almost nothing on the screen that was animating.
Working with Jordan was fascinating because he brought in the cinematic side. He obviously was really into movies. He's actually gone off and worked for a bit in the film industry. And the aesthetic and the motion of karateka, which he continued in Prince of Persia and later in The Last Express, was really unusual for the time, this idea of rotoscoping.
I decided to try a trick early Disney animators had used called rotoscoping. Rotoscoping is basically filming live actors doing the moves that you want to animate and then literally tracing each frame to get a frame of animation. At first I started to try to do the animation the usual way by drawing characters on graph paper. And then, because it was pixel by pixel at that time that we had to do the animations. But when I tried it, it just looked stiff. And I think you were the one who had the idea of filming the movements and then counting the number of frames.
I suggested, when I saw you struggling with these pixels, I suggested that we just make a video.
Well, not video. This was 1982.
A Super 8, a Super 8 of somebody actually making those movements. I thought, I didn't remember that. Like you're right.
And you were actually a model at one point because I started by filming our karate teacher, Dennis, doing the punches and the kicks, advancing and retreating. But then later on, I realized that the character would need to run, like that it was too slow to move in that karate stance throughout the entire palace. So I needed someone running. And so you put on a karate outfit and we went out into the woods in front of the house in Chappaqua. And I filmed you running in Super 8. And also the climbing up onto the cliff at the beginning of the game, that was you. Climbing up onto the hood of the car. In the car part.
I'd forgotten that.
We're wearing, I guess, I don't know if it was my karate suit or...
Mom's probably.
Yeah, you were probably wearing Mom's gi.
Yeah.
And you had never taken karate lessons, but you did the running. Yeah, so what I did was I put that Super 8 roll of film on the Moviola, which was it was a screen with a rear projection, and you could turn the crank and stop on a particular frame. And then I would put a piece of tracing paper, I would scotch tape it to the screen and trace the outline of the character with a pencil, and then wind it a couple of frames ahead, and then do the same thing. So I ended up with all these little sheets of tracing paper with outlines.
That was a breakthrough, actually, in video game technology, because nobody had done that before you.
I mean, it really goes all the way back to silent film. I mean, I found out later that the early animators had done this. In Snow White, Disney's animators had actually, not for the dwarfs and the animals, but for Snow White and the prince, the more human characters.
It's kind of an obvious idea because everybody knows that real live movements are totally different from what a cartoonist would draw. I mean, there are very subtle rhythms and speed changes that define a human movement, a movement of a live organism as opposed to the movement of an imagined organism.
Well, and also there's so many complexities, like there's things that you wouldn't imagine, like the way that you kind of throw an arm awkwardly over one shoulder to compensate for the change in balance.
Correct.
It's like when you see it, it looks natural, but if you're just trying to reconstruct in your head what someone does, for example, when they turn around while running, you wouldn't think of that.
And also we make adjustments of the angle at which we hold the body depending on the speed with which we're moving so that we don't tilt over. Yeah. And those adjustments are very critical to the realism of the movement.
Yeah, in karateka it's very subtle, but there's a low kick, a middle kick, and a high kick.
I know.
And I remember the frame of the high kick, the fighter leans back, and also the arm goes back, and that's something. I remember that because I had to, draw that frame and use it so many times. For 2 years I was staring at that frame. But in the beginning, when I tried to do a frame of a high kick, it was more like idealized.
Yeah.
You didn't realize that the body would have to lean quite that far back.
That's fascinating.
This took a very long time. It was an incredibly laborious process. It took me months to go through all these steps just to get to the point of doing the first animation test. But I can still remember the thrill that I felt on seeing that little figure moving across the screen. It was the illusion of life. It was everything I'd hoped for. apartment where we made the music 35 years ago, right?
Right. And I sat right here.
Right.
You sat. Where did you sit? There or here?
Well, I don't remember. It's been 35
but
years.
But you had your laptop.
It wasn't a
It
laptop.
wasn't a laptop.
Yeah.
It was a computer. What was it? An Apple.
It was an Apple II computer.
The music that was there just on the Apple II was fantastic, and it just sort of like gave you a sense of, you know, like sort of a score, you know, happening during your game, and it was one of the most impactful as far as just remembering it as a total experience of a game that I've had in a long time.
I remember with Karateka the music, and there wasn't a whole lot of it in the game, but there were a few, you know, tunes that played at key moments, and I remember the opening music had a big impact, and it was interesting with the Apple IIc because it was a single unit, and there was a speaker built into it, and so when you put your hands on the keyboard, if you had the volume really loud, you can feel the vibration of the music being played through the speaker. And Karateka, for some reason, I remember that opening tune. I haven't heard it in I don't know how long, but I'm sure if I heard it, I would recognize it immediately. But I just remember the music having a big deal.
I knew from early Disney animation and silent movies how important music was to tell a story and make it emotional. But I wasn't a musician. So I turned to my dad. He was a businessman, not a professional musician, but he was a really good classical pianist.
Yeah, that's what I grew up hearing. So Karateka was your first composing job.
Yeah.
And not all games had music at that time. You know, it was, I mean, technically it was difficult to get music into the game because the Apple II processor could only do one thing at a time.
Yes.
So anytime we played music, the action on the screen had to freeze. For example, we couldn't play the music while the princess was walking.
Right.
So we had to design it in such a way that like the characters would pause, then we would play a little bit of music, then we could animate. But it was worth it because the music added drama.
Even the idea of using music in a video game was novel at that time. I even observed to you that none of these games use music. They have clicks, and they have loud clicks and soft clicks, and sometimes they had beeps, but they never had music.
Yeah, that's right. On the Apple, it had a speaker that could only do beeps.
We had that conversation. Can these beeps be turned into music? And then you explained to me that every beep had a range of frequencies and could be tuned to any particular frequency. So I said, well, why not have a series of beeps that are tuned to notes? And then you have music.
Of course, when he agreed to compose the music for Karateka, I'm not sure he really understood just how severe the technical limitations of the Apple II were. This was before sound cards, just how severe the technical limitations of the Apple II were. This was before sound cards.
There is one memory location that if you accessed it, it would go. And that's what you had to make sound with. That's how you made sound effects, that's how you made music. You just did that faster or slower.
He'd write out the themes for Mariko and the hero and Akuma on sheet music, and I'd calculate the hexadecimal note values and type them into the computer. I remember playing the music back for him, and he'd say, well, this note here it's a little bit sharp, and I'd bring it down one, and he'd say, well, now it's a half tone too flat, and so I'd bring it up one, and then he'd say, well, now it's a quarter tone sharp, and I'd say, Dad, this is a computer. It's a number from 0 to 255. There's nothing in between.
I was trying to remember, how did we talk about what kind of music to write? Were there any?
Oh, I immediately said that you need a leitmotif, of course. That was a no-brainer. I mean, that was clear right away.
He suggested using Wagner's leitmotif approach, also used in movies like Star Wars, in which each character is represented by a musical theme.
Yeah.
So I thought I was thinking of the Siegfried motif in Wagner's Götterdämmerung series. You know, the Siegfried opera has a leitmotif for Siegfried, who is a hero, you know, sort of an admirable figure. And I wanted that for your hero in Karateka. So I was thinking that the Siegfried motif goes something like this. It goes. And then it goes in. Like that.
Yeah.
So it was too long. It had to be short for Karateka. So I tried to abbreviate it. Like that.
Yeah, except that I couldn't play notes simultaneously.
Yeah, but okay, but like that. So that's sort of a takeoff on the Siegfried theme.
It always sounded great when you played it on the piano, but then when I translated it to the Apple II,
Well,
it was.
it sounded pretty good, actually. And then we did the Akuma theme. It's sort of a menacing.
Yeah, making you play this for the first time in 35 years.
Mm-hmm. And then the danger theme, which is sort of related to Akuma. So we used this.
I mean, that sounds like Wagner to me too. Was that inspired by Hunding's theme and
Yeah,
Die Walküre?
exactly. The Hunding theme, right. Forgot that. And then the princess is.
I thought the music was played at the right moments. Like it was all set up very dramatically, you know, to play on the story that I think was being implied. And, you know, to me, it sort of was a precursor to all the stuff that came later.
But yeah, for Karateka, we had the hero's theme and then the villain Akuma's theme and then the princess's theme.
Right.
Just very strong flavors.
Yeah, but you know what you're reminding me of is how new that idea was at that time. You know, the very idea, the very possibility of having music in a video game, where there are no notes available, where you can only have one beep at a time. It's not obvious that can be turned into music. You know.
And it was important for creating the mood. When you have a character sort of 40 pixels high, you don't have camera angles, you don't have lighting, but you want to show that this one is the villain, and you know this one is the princess in distress. You know, the music, just like, even if it's just a few notes and you don't really have orchestration,
Right.
it tells you right away who's who.
So it's amazing what we accomplished with that. You know, really.
Hello, noble warriors. Kirk Hamilton here. I host a music podcast called Strong Songs, and I'm here today to break down the music, the very strong music, for a very important video game. This music, composed by the great Francis Mechner, wound up setting the template for a lot of video game music that would come in the decades after it, but this game was one of the first. Of course, the music I'm talking about is the music for the game that you are all now playing, Jordan Mechner's 1984 martial arts adventure, Karateka. Karateka may seem like a simple game when you look at it, and compared to most modern video games it is, but it was actually at the vanguard of a lot of pretty cool things, particularly with regard to narrative. You play as a lone hero trying to rescue the Princess Mariko from the evil Akuma, and as you make your way toward her and toward your final showdown with Akuma, he dispatches different enemies toward you. Sometimes his hawk comes and attacks you. And there's kind of this sense of narrative unfolding over the course of the game. That narrative is greatly enhanced by Francis Mechner's music, which uses a technique called leitmotif to establish different motifs or themes for characters and events to give you a sense of a narrative unfolding musically in addition to the narrative that's unfolding in front of you on the screen. Leitmotif is most commonly associated with the mid-19th century operas of Richard Wagner. That's why you will sometimes hear it referred to as Wagnerian leitmotif, though for our intents and purposes I'm mostly just going to call them motifs. So we're going to get into those motifs here, and I'm going to hopefully help explain how they're working musically, which will then explain how they're working in terms of the game's narrative and the sort of overall flow of Karateka, helping tell that story and build that narrative. My goal is that when you play the game after having listened to this, you'll have a kind of clearer sense of those motifs and how they're working in the service of the narrative, and that more broadly you'll have a better sense of leitmotif in general, because it's not just in this game, it turns up all over the place. It's a really cool concept, and it lets you kind of unlock the musical storytelling that's going on in a lot of different art across the artistic spectrum. The music for Karateka was composed by Francis Mechner, Jordan Mechner's father, and if you're looking at the notes that are in this museum, you can see that Francis was actually really involved in a lot of the development of the game, and the music is an important part of the game, but he also just had a lot of input into the overall game, which is really cool because he just seems like a really cool guy. He was one of those true Renaissance men. He was a scientist, and that was kind of what he did professionally, but he worked with the Children's Television Workshop on Sesame Street. He was a painter, and he was also a musician. He was a pianist, and a very good one. Not only was he one of the very first video game composers, he was also just a great concert pianist. What you're hearing right now is actually his performance of Chopin's Fantasy Impromptu, which is no joke on piano. I mean, I certainly can't play it, let alone the very first video game composers. He was also just a great concert pianist. What you're hearing right now is actually his performance of Chopin's Fantasy Impromptu, which is no joke on piano. I mean, I certainly can't play it, let alone this well. Mechner was coming from the world of classical music when he wrote the motifs for Karateka, and you can hear that in the music. It is unusual. You don't hear these kinds of harmonies in most video games, and that makes the Karateka soundtrack stand out even all these years later. So let's go through all these motifs. First of all, a note up front, I am using the Commodore 64 version of the soundtrack because that is richer, because the Commodore 64 was capable of more simultaneous pitches than the Apple II. And there is an interesting difference there, but I kind of want to stick with the one that has all of the notes instead of the one that only has a few, even though the Apple version sounds kind of cool. Of course, you can play either the Apple or the Commodore version in this collected version of the game. Just to give you a sense up front though, so you can hear what they both sound like right here, this is the Apple version of the main Karateka theme. And this is the Commodore 64 version, which has way more notes, as you'll hear. It's a dramatic difference, and it really shows how far the technology came in just a few years. The Apple II came out in 1977, the Commodore 64 came out in 1982, and I mean, the Apple II is just repurposing its speaker to make single tones to sort of generate something approximating music. While the Commodore 64 had an onboard multi-timbral synthesizer, which means it could make multiple voices at once, it was designed to make music, and it gives a game composer so much more flexibility. Here's that same music on the Commodore. You hear how the note fades out, how these multiple pitches work with one another. It's a night and day difference between that and this. Now, I don't know if you noticed this, but the Commodore version is actually a little bit flat compared to the Apple version. That means the notes are a little bit lower. The Apple version is tuned to the A440 standard, which is the standard tuning for most instruments these days. The Commodore 64 version is a little bit flat. It's like, I don't know, 7 cents flat or something. So I have retuned my sampled piano so that I can play along with the Commodore version, and everything you're going to be hearing is a little bit under A440. So to those of you with perfect pitch listening to this, sorry. That main triumphant but minor keyed theme from Karateka is probably the most important single motif in this soundtrack. Just to run down the other ones, there is Akuma's theme. There's Mariko's theme, the captive princess theme. And there's one more motif that isn't really attached to a character, it's more just the danger theme, and it plays whenever something threatening or dangerous happens. There's also a softer version that hints at the danger without being explicit. It's something that Jordan Mechner was clever about when he was implementing Francis's music. He used different waveforms for his synthesizers to get softer or harsher tones, which sometimes can be kind of jarring because he didn't have that much to work with, like even the Commodore's hardware wasn't that sophisticated, but it let him get very different textures out of a fairly limited overall sound palette. Like compare the very soft triangle or sine waves of the Princess theme with the much harsher kind of saw waves of that main Karateka theme. That kind of creative synthesizer orchestration turns up a lot in video games from this era, from the 1980s. I think it's really interesting because, these composers and game developers weren't working with all that much. They couldn't have a whole orchestra, but they could manipulate the synthesizers to get these different tones, which gives you a sense that each piece is being played by a different instrument, even though, of course, they're all being played by the same instrument. The Commodore version of Karateka gets to experiment with that kind of orchestration right off the bat. During the opening text crawl on this version of the game, there's music behind it that actually opens with the sound of the wind, which is very dramatic. And then the music comes in, weaving together all of the motifs that you're about to hear in the game that you're about to play. It's very much in the mode of an opera's overture, which takes the same approach. So even just in this short amount of time, you've actually heard all of the main motifs from the game mixed together to tell this condensed version of the game's story. For starters, there is that Karateka theme. This is also what you hear at the very beginning of the game when you first take control. This is the theme that you hear. So we're in the key of A minor, and what I think is interesting about this motif is that it's actually very unresolved. It's kind of jangly and vertical and intense, and it ends in a very unresolved place, which is kind of unusual. I think this game begins with a lot of tension, and even the main motif is very tense. We're in the key of A minor. That first chord is an A minor. I'd call the second chord a B half diminished over F, and the final chord is an E dominant seventh chord, which is very tense, and it wants to resolve back to the A minor, but it doesn't get to resolve. This motif actually ends on an unresolved 5 chord, which is a good way to make it just sound like it's going somewhere. It's a great way to begin an adventure, because you don't begin on a resolution. You begin on some tension, which of course Karateka begins narratively in a very tense place. The melody that plays over those chords is also pretty intense. It's fairly strident, just these ascending arpeggios going through those 3 chords, and I really like that middle part of the melody in particular. Those last 2 notes are a B and an F, also known as a tritone. It's a very dissonant interval and just nice and crunchy, really creates that sort of dissonance and intensity right here at the very beginning. Throughout the game, those strident ascending arpeggios are associated with our hero most clearly every time you win a fight. The victory music is a quick major key rendition of the same theme. So that's our hero, but what of our villain? The first cutscene of the game actually shows Akuma and the Princess Mariko and plays both of their motifs, so let's look at those two. First of all, we've got Akuma's motif. I love this as a villain motif because it's so gnarly. Just the synth sounds so gnarly. It kind of rips in almost like this like robot mulcher or something. We're still in A minor, and that motif just kind of goes really quickly up this chromatic thing, going from A to C and then just up. It almost sounds a little bit bluesy. If you slowed it down, maybe added a little swing to it, you'd get something a little like this. I don't think that that's what Francis Mechner was going for, but I'll always hear it that way. Immediately after Akuma's theme in the opening cutscene, we hear the princess's theme because he is there with her, putting her in her prison cell. We are, of course, still in A minor. This whole game is in A minor, which lets them switch seamlessly between motifs without having to change keys. This motif actually has two voices. It's the only motif that has two lead voices that are in harmony with one another. The top voice plays these notes, and the second voice plays these notes. So when you put them together, you get this. And as the door to her prison cell slams shut, we hear Karateka's final motif, the danger motif. The most straightforward motif in the whole game, this one plays whenever Akuma dispatches a new henchman to try to stop the hero. This is just a simple 4-note motif starting on E flat and ending on E. It's a chromatic line, which means that it's moving by half steps, which is the shortest distance between notes on the piano according to the Western chromatic scale, and it's the tightest interval you can have, which just gives it that kind of close, uncomfortable feeling. Playing two notes a half step apart right next to each other is a very dissonant sound, and half steps are commonly used in film scores and in opera to denote evil and danger. One of the most famous danger motifs of all time, after all, is just a simple half step. Okay, you get it. With those motifs established, Karateka basically just follows that formula throughout the entire run of the game. There's no background music, it's just motifs, and you can follow the story very clearly along with the motifs. Whenever we see Akuma, we hear some version of Akuma's motif. Whenever we see the princess, we hear some version of the princess's motif. Whenever Akuma dispatches an enemy, we hear the danger motif. Whenever we see the hero, we hear the heroic motif. With all of those motifs in your ear, you can go back to the intro music that plays during the text crawl in the Commodore 64 version, and you can hear how Francis Mechner wove all of the different motifs together very clearly. We start with the danger theme. Then Akuma's theme and the hero's theme play at the same time, with the princess's theme after. Something similar happens toward the end of the game. When the hero finally breaches Akuma's fortress, you hear a combined version of their two themes. When he reaches the princess's cell and faces off against Akuma, you hear something very similar. Musically, the two motifs are at battle with one another, just like the two characters are at battle on the screen. The princess is also there in the background, and her motif takes a similar place in the musical arrangement. And if the hero can defeat Akuma and rescue the princess, when the two of them embrace, you hear a version of the princess's motif that is moved into A major, a much brighter and happier sound that turns those mournful, soft, rounded synths into something really lush and beautiful. Secure in our happy ending, we get a final little epilogue, some text comes up on the screen, and as it does, Mechner's most complex music actually begins to play. This is different than the music that's played throughout the rest of the game, and while it contains elements of some of the other motifs, it's really just a lovely composition by Francis Mechner. It's a contrapuntal composition, specifically a two-voice contrapuntal composition, which means that two different voices are moving in counterpoint with one another. You can picture it as kind of two different lines, two different melodies that combine together to create the harmony of the piece. The bottom melody is in the bass clef, and it's just kind of moving around, just nice and steady like this. And the top voice is up higher in the treble clef. It's a little bit jumpier. There are larger spaces in between the intervals that are playing, and between the two voices, they imply this nice chord progression that kind of goes from A major to C sharp to F sharp minor, moves back and forth, changes keys quite a bit. It's got that nice B half diminished chord from the original Karateka motif, and it's just a nice rolling musical coda at the end of our adventure. And those are the musical motifs that play out over the course of Jordan Mechner's Karateka. From his strident heroic anthem to his crushing chromatic villains theme, Francis Mechner admirably combined Wagnerian leitmotif with the limitations of 1980s computer sound hardware to help set the precedent for a generation of video game composers while telling a musical story unlike any that had been told before. I hope you liked this audio explainer and that it gave you a new perspective on the music of Karateka. Thanks for listening and enjoy the game.
We probably had, in a 3-year period, 7 or 8 games that got in the top 10 on the bestseller charts. Choplifter was certainly one. I think Lode Runner was another. Apple Galaxy and Alien Rain was 2. Snoggle was. I suspect there were a few others. I was always worried that there was going to be a dip in the number of really good submissions, and that if we didn't work harder to bring them in, we were going to find it very hard to grow. It was our effort to build an internal group that gave us some stability and also some quantity of submissions. We decided that because we're having so much trouble getting engineers to come up with great ideas, that maybe we should separate the two. The fact that you can code doesn't mean that you can be effective in thinking of what to code. And some of our very best coders would complain to me they never had a creative idea in their lives. Somebody had to tell them what to do. So Gene and Lauren were brought in to do exactly that.
I was an architect. I was moved to Sonoma County as an architect, and I had begun playing some of the games. At one point, I just drew up a number of games that I thought would be fun, and I just drove down to San Rafael and walked in the front door with no no introduction, and talked to the brothers, talked to Doug and Gary Carlson. Over one lunch, they looked at the drawings and said if I could convince the programmers to do some games for the drawings I had, I was welcome to join. And that was the end of that. I just walked in, and I had to find my own desk and find a computer and do everything else. I just wandered around. In fact, it was a liquor warehouse in San Rafael, and Gene was stuck in an airless room with a door. I don't know what they stored in there. But I just wandered around. There was a desk in there, and I wandered in and asked if it was okay if I sat there. And he said, sure. And we started working together from that day on. But it was pure happenstance.
Gene had worked for Imagineering down at Disney. He said he'd done 5,000 illustrations of Jiminy Cricket and so on.
He worked back in an era when they drew the cells one at a time, right? Hand-drawn, every animation cell. So he really knew that industry, and he knew Disney spent a lot of time getting the idea of a character, the sense of a character, obviously, in the movies. And that was something that the software industry did not have. It really did not have. So one of the first things that a couple of games we first worked on together, Choplifter, which was a Dan Gorland's game, Gene would always stress that you had to get a sense of the figure, but Gene spent his time talking to everybody about how you could draw that character and just give him enough animation to make sense that he was alive, that he was a real character and would walk across, get impatient and walk across the screen, or get pissed off and leave the screen or whatever. And he started doing that even before Jordan got there, but we worked on a number of things so that's what his sense was. His sense was bringing life, bringing a real character, bringing a real, real stories to the characters. They would throw them in what became known as the Rubber Room. They would throw them in the room with Gene and myself, and we just BS about the game, add things if we wanted to. It was all at the designers like Jordan's. It was at his, he made all the decisions on it, but we would spent a lot of time on drawing things and talking about animation and everything else. But yes, I generally knew, all internal games and external ones that they eventually published came through us, came through the Rubber Room at some point.
Okay, so let me ask you something. It's because from high school through college, basically, I was making these games, and I had the ambition of making a game that would be good enough to get published.
Right.
But that never really happened. It didn't happen with Asteroids, it didn't happen with Death Bounce, and then Karateka was the one that finally did. So I sent Broderbund Karateka on floppy disk, and they said, this is great, we want to publish it.
It was essentially a finished game. At least it had all the pieces together. I think he wanted to keep the whole thing under wraps and see if he could get it exactly right without any nudging or criticism or whatever. And I have no idea whether he was that self-confident or that unself-confident. I don't know whether he was doing that because he was sure he could do it all on his own, or whether he didn't want to get another refusal.
Yeah, I went to Broderbund in 1984, the summer between my junior and senior years. At that time, I'd mostly finished Karateka. I'd sent it to Broderbund on a floppy disk. They'd said they wanted to publish it, but that they wanted me to do some more work on it. And they actually flew me out there for the summer to add a second and a third level.
Right.
Well, we knew it was going to be publishable. There was enough there to know that even if it needed lengthening or a little more of an experience for the player, there wasn't any doubt that it was going to be publishable.
I remember, because we used to have pitch days, I remember seeing it then. I remember when it was brought in, because a lot of times they would bring things in, and I think we would, on Friday afternoons, ideas would come in and everybody take a look at them. And I know Gene was enthralled with just the animation part of it, but Jordan had a real a real interest in movies. I mean, and had taken a lot of inspiration from that. And he and Gene were very similar in that, right? They were both hardcore kind of movie people, and Gene knew all of the movies that Jordan would ever talk about. So I think they shared a real sense of it was automatic. It was really easy for him, a real sense of the storytelling. But anyway, doing all the filming and then having rotoscoping, having to draw. And Gene, of course, had spent 20 years doing that, right? Effectively, just doing it by hand. And so he could tell he could talk about the frames you could skip, how to exaggerate, how to take the rotoscoping, but exaggerate it a bit. Don't do it literally there, all the falls and all the lunges and all that stuff, okay, just tweak that a bit, just because it's an emotional experience rather than just a cinematic one entirely. So those were really easy conversations to have. So those two, I think, had a good time talking about it. I was learning how to draw all that stuff and do the animation with Gene on it, and he was a great teacher on it. I tended to be more precise, and Gene tended to be more exaggerated. He tended to have lots of land and squish kind of things, where balloons would, how they land and flow out. So the leopard was easy, I think, probably because I was more exact about it. And the idea that you could actually get one of these things in a game was just wonderful, because I didn't get that much of a chance to do that. I think Gene would probably start with a sketch and I would look at it, and then you just did it pixel by pixel. That's all there was to it. There weren't any fancy big monitors. There wasn't a whole lot of previewing all the frames at different speeds or anything like that. So from a sketch, draw it very carefully by hand, and just repeat the process. It's just a very tedious, slow, pixel at a time process, but fun. I enjoyed every minute of it.
I am Jordan Mechner, the author and first programmer of Karateka.
I am Francis Mechner, Jordan's
Hi, I'm Jordan Mechner, the author and first programmer of Karateka.
I am Francis Mechner, Jordan's father, and the composer of the music.
Yeah, this is the fastest scrolling that I could manage on the Apple II. The Apple II didn't have things like scrolling built in, so we actually had to copy each line of pixels, erase it, and then redraw it one line higher and try to make that look smooth.
I remember the first time reading that, I realized that this game was going to be a success.
I would have loved to make it scroll in 3D like Star Wars, but the music was your idea, to add music to the animations.
Well, once you told me that beeps existed on the Apple II, I realized that those beeps could be put together into music. Yeah.
And one limitation was that we couldn't have music play while characters were animating because it took all of the processor's power to play a note, as well as to animate. So the music could only play in the pauses between action. This title screen was drawn by Gene Portwood, the castle of the moon. You can see how the animation slows down every time the gate moves.
And the rotoscoping really makes all the difference in the realism of the movements, of the motion.
Yeah, the cross-cutting between the player and the enemies was, that was kind of a early silent film trick. I was taking film classes in college at the time, and D.W. Griffith, I think, was one of the first to do that suspenseful cross-cutting with kind of an accelerating rhythm.
Who was your model for the kicks?
All of the karate action was done by Dennis, Mom's karate teacher in Chappaqua. Filmed him on Super 8 in the high school gym, and just put different heads on the character for the hero.
Is that him running also?
The running is you. You were running.
Oh, this is me running?
Yeah. The running, the climbing up the cliff.
Well, how does it convert from me into Dennis when the fight starts?
Well, I used the references, the film references, and traced the individual frames, and then I sort of drew the head and cleaned it up and stylized it. So, I made it look the same character regardless of whether the film came from you or Dennis.
I see.
Yeah, I didn't think of running or climbing up a cliff or bowing or going from into fighting stance when I did the first film. So I went back and shot a second reel, and you were kind enough to put on Mom's gi and do those moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, swapping out the heads was necessary because there wasn't enough memory in the computer to have two full sets of characters.
Right.
So the hero and the enemies, the movements are exactly the same. It's just shifted one pixel over, which makes orange turn to blue. And then the heads are a separate shape.
Very economical.
Had to be. And the animation was so slow that, like, here when the characters move behind the post, that's actually a special effect because that means that every frame, the post has to be redrawn on top of the character. which slows down the animation a little bit. And then when the characters move in front of the back post, that means the back post also needs to be redrawn every time. Because there's no real concept of parallax or layers. All of that is, it's faked, it's cheated. And here you can see the interior. It's, again, most of the screen is black. The only thing that's being redrawn are those window bars that are obscuring Mount Fuji. So just by erasing those and then redrawing the part of Fuji that's revealed, kind of creates the illusion that the whole room is moving, or that the camera is moving down a long corridor. But really nothing is being redrawn except for those window bars. The interface is very simple. I wanted the screen to not have a lot of clutter, like scores and this and that, but the different versions had more stuff. I remember that for a long time I had a bar at the top which showed you how far you were, and you could see the guards coming towards you like little dots on the screen to show you how far you'd gotten in the landscape. And that took a lot of work to program it. I ended up taking it out because it works without it, and in some ways it's better without it because the element of the unknown kind of adds suspense. And you never really know how close you are to the palace or how much more you still have to cover, so there's a little element of surprise. And the suspense, of course, knowing that if you lose a fight, you're going to be sent back all the way to the beginning of the game and have to start over. So the longer you've played, the more of a loss that's going to be. Dad, I think I remember you giving me the advice at one point to make the strength bars triangles. I had a solid strength bar for a long time, like most games at the time. And when you got hit, it would take away a chunk of your strength. And then different guards would do more damage, or some types of punches or kicks would do more or less damage. And your point was that you never know how worried to be because you don't know how much strength a hit is going to take away. Right. So that by making it finite, you can really count them and okay, now I'm just one hit away, and now I'm just 2 hits away. It makes it more suspenseful.
Yeah, that's a sort of a behavioral design concept.
Yeah, your behavioral psychology background was very helpful in many ways in this game. This gate is one of those traps that I'm amazed at, in retrospect, that gamers tolerated it. It's so unfair. There's really nothing in the game at this point to tell you that traps exist or that you should be worried about them. You just find out the hard way if you run under that gate.
Whatever architect designed that palace must have had an interesting premonition in designing that gate. Too bad. That's what the architect had in mind.
It's amazing that they had electric eyes in medieval Japan. Yeah, I remember that when I submitted the first version of the game to Broderbund, it only had that outdoor level. And one of the things that they asked for was to make the game longer. So I added that long corridor and then this downstairs basement level.
See.
That kind of took me the summer of '84. I was very worried about being able to finish it and get back to college in time for senior year in September. Another thing that you suggested that made a big difference was to slow down the animations for the enemies by 50%.
Oh.
Because for a long time, I used the rotoscope animation for both sets of characters. But because the reaction time is so limiting, by the time you see what the enemy is doing, it's too late to respond in a meaningful way. But by really cutting it in half so that the hero is twice as fast as the enemies, then it feels balanced because you can see the enemy is starting to kick. You can respond, you can press the button or move the joystick.
Yeah.
And
In other words, you take a handicap.
or the enemies.
The enemy take, you ask for a handicap, yeah.
I'd forgotten about the shadows. They really help.
Oh, yeah.
The impact stars were your suggestion too, I think.
Oh, yeah, we talked about what shape they should be.
Well, in the beginning, there were no visual stars. It was just, you know, I thought it would be enough that there's a different sound and that you see your hit points go down.
It's a standard comic book device.
Yeah, no, and it's so necessary to the game.
Oh, yeah.
But until I put it in, I didn't miss it. I think you were the one who pointed out that watching it, you can't tell what's going on.
Right.
You can't tell who's hitting who.
Right.
To have the star be the correct color and also in the correct place to show you where the blow landed and who got hit makes it clear. Yeah, so many of the things in this game were sort of trial and error. We did it one way thinking that that would be enough, and then only by playing it realized that something more was needed, or something less. The Hawk was a late addition. It was just realizing that the game was becoming monotonous with just one enemy coming after another, spread out over 3 levels. The flying saucer and asteroids was, you know, that structure was kind of an inspiration. That there was a basic thing that you did throughout the game, which got steadily harder and harder, and you know, the stakes got higher and you got better at it. But then there was this element that would come in occasionally at unpredictable moments, so you were always a little bit on edge, thinking, God, you know, I hope a flying saucer doesn't show up right now. In Karateka, it was the Hawk. And then that, of course, became an important character in the game, and we see it sitting on the villain's shoulder from the beginning. I couldn't rotoscope a hawk, of course. I remember watching TV and trying to, to see what the, what the birds were doing when they were flying. Trying to find shows that had
it's very difficult problem.
Yeah, this was before VHS, so you couldn't pause a video to So look.
You have the hawk bobbing up and down as he flies, as the wings beat, because the body should sort of do this. You know?
A little bit, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Gene or Lauren who programmed that explosion of the hawk in a cloud of feathers. Yeah, and Lauren had also programmed a leopard. There was supposed to be a second cut that Akuma would send out to attack you at the end.
What happened to it?
I just ran out of time, and it would have. You know, I was determined to go back and finish college.
Yeah.
And
that would have been exciting, you know, you fighting a leopard.
Yeah, everyone was very disappointed, you know, when the leopard didn't make it in. I was too. You know, so. This was a great luxury, having a whole different character, having to redraw every frame of animation with a new outfit. Of course, Akuma is the only character who gets that treatment. All of the other guards and the hero use exactly the same animation frames.
Where's the hawk now that he really needs him?
Yeah, the villain's henchman is always the second to last battle. That's in every movie, every James Bond movie, every Bruce Lee movie. There's the real bad guy, and then there's the number two, who's going to be the toughest fight, which is second to last. And I think beating the hawk is actually harder than beating Akuma. So. And this playthrough doesn't have the twist ending, fortunately. And you composed a fugue for the ending, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
A piece of music that loops.
Yeah, a Bach-like, yeah.
It's a really pretty piece of music, as I recall.
It's okay. I wasn't really happy with it, but it turned out it was okay.
And then
it was inspired by Bach's. You know, I knew it had to be a simple melody without rhythm. Like it had to have the flavor of continuity, of reminiscence. You know, where you think back about everything that happened. It had to reflect all the segments of melodies and all of the harmonic sequences somehow woven together into one theme. So I really struggled with that.
Yeah, you used all the different leitmotifs, all the different themes.
Yeah. But it's not a perfect piece of music because it had to do so many things. You know that I ended up compromising away a lot of what could have been.
Yeah. And it had to loop because after spending however many hours
it loops.
Dying over and over and trying to win the game, like I wanted the player to at least have the satisfaction of sitting and looking at that victory screen for as long as they wanted it. Like if it just ended after 30 seconds, that wouldn't be enough.
It begins with a princess theme. Da 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 da. You know, but broken up. And then comes the Karateka theme. It's sort of retelling the story as a reminiscence is what I try to achieve.
Yeah, like the way the overture of an opera brings in all the themes. But at the end.
But this is an epilogue of an opera, yeah.
Karateka.
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 Karateka?
Karateka.
Karateka.
Karateka, and if it's karateka, I've never heard that before. So maybe Jordan says it that way. I don't know, but I know we all said karateka at the company.
I think when I was a kid, I always said karateka because it's like you say karate and you just add the ka.
Let's talk about pronunciation. So here's the thing. In the 80s, TV didn't talk about games, and we didn't have the internet, so pretty much everybody pronounced the title of the game in their own way. A lot of people say karateka or karateka. In Japanese, there's no stress on any syllable, so it would be karateka, something like that. I called it karateka, but I've since found out that pretty much everybody pronounced it differently. So however you pronounce it is fine. Don't feel bad. It's all good.
I first saw the game while in the high school at the computer lab in 1984, taking AP Computer Science in the 11th grade at Mount Carmel High School in San Diego. I think I saw someone else playing it and said, "Oh, that looks awesome." So then I started. There was a much bigger story element compared to typical arcade games at the time. The most difficult, frustrating part was at the end, trying to get past the princess, because every time I got close to the princess, I'll get knocked out. So it took me many tries to figure out what to do. The name Karateka Wrath of Dude actually came from the Star Trek movie Wrath of Khan, and basically it was a story about how to get even with the princess that knocks me out at the end of the game. At about the same time, I was lucky enough to have my parents get an Apple IIe, and then later I got a software package called Take One, sprite animation kit. The project, I mean, the full animation itself took about 6 months in the first full version. At the beginning, I started doing some simple things, and then I noticed that it had a lot of potential, so I just redid the whole game in my image. What I've done originally was I made sort of a fast-moving slideshow from all the screen captures, and that was called Karateka the Motion Picture. Then later, after I got this Take One toolkit, I've edited all of my screenshots to cut the sprites out that I wanted. And then that was the beginning of Karateka 2, right? Using sprite animation instead of a slideshow. Most of the animations were done from the screenshots, but I've made some of them myself. You know, the more fancy animations like the rotating kits, the boomerang, and the rope, for example. In the opening scene, you might have seen sort of having like a temple with cherry trees. That's a background I made from trying to copy from an old calendar. I wasn't really inspired by fan work, but I did watch a lot of low-budget kung fu movies at the time. And there was also an arcade game called Double Dragon, which had some very brutal moves that gave me some inspiration. And the AP Computer Science in the 11th grade, I submitted that as a final assignment, even though it was supposed to be a programming assignment, but the instructor somehow didn't notice I wasn't doing any real programming. And then later, at a community college, I've submitted that as an assignment also, but instead of as a programming assignment, it was recorded with a video capture. Especially at the 11th grade, all of the classmates were just cracking up, especially after the awesome original version ending. However, my parents were not as impressed. People started asking for copies. However, in around 1993, I was studying undergraduate computer science at the University of Maryland, on the other side of the country. And an acquaintance there heard my full name was Eric Newman, and he was surprised that he couldn't believe he was talking to the guy that made Karateka 2. So the copies of copies went all the way across the country. And this was the guy, I think, used the copy and then later uploaded the disk image to the internet, which is the version most people see today. I'm just overwhelmed. I mean, it was just a small thing I did in the mid '80s. So I'm just flattered and overwhelmed. I never realized it was this popular.
So I met Jordan, it's probably like 1984, it must have been. So I had moved up from Southern California to Northern California. Doug Carlston, the CEO of Broderbund, invited me up. I think originally I was living at his house. And then I ended up, Jordan was visiting from college and I met him and we hit it off. We're very different, right? He's from just outside of New York City. His dad is this sort of, European intellectual. My family is very much Californian, so it was kind of this mixed thing. But he was, of course, fascinated with LA culture because he loved movies. And I had this sort of exotic blonde hair, tall, like volleyball player look. So it was kind of opposites attract. And then we ended up rooming together in San Rafael. And, we were kind of inseparable for a while. And he was, well into Karateka, and we just became good friends, and then I was free, and then they needed a conversion. He just asked me to do it. So Karateka came out and did very well on the Apple II. And the conversions, so the Commodore 64 was kind of a hot computer at that point. And the Atari was a little bit older and maybe not quite as popular, but it still was a viable platform. And a conversion, particularly from Apple to the Commodore 64 and Atari, they had the same microprocessor, or roughly the same, but they ran the same code. And so the ports didn't take that long to do. So in some ways it's a very satisfying, very quick thing to do, except then you had to deal with the new graphics and you had to make it work better for those platforms. I think the most difficult things about porting Karateka, one was Jordan was very exacting. So that probably would be, and because the game in some ways is very ambitious. So there's a lot of assets, and you had to keep motion smooth a certain way, and the interactions had to be very responsive. I think actually the Commodore 64 itself was a real chore, because the Commodore 64 wasn't as refined, it was much more complex in terms of what it could do than an Apple II, and that had been the previously most complex computer I'd ever worked with. And it wasn't quite as refined as the Atari in terms of how the hardware would function. And so I found very often it would do things that were not totally predictable. And a lot of people had frustration with it. I think part of it is because the engineering of the Commodore 64 wasn't quite as good. So it was a frustrating platform to work on. And I think the reason why people worked on it is because it was so incredibly popular, because it was so cheap. It was a $100 computer that did an amazing amount of things. But that to me was the most challenging. So the Commodore 64 had only one button. So for punch and kick, which was on the Apple, you had two different buttons, so you could do punch and kick separately. On the Commodore 64, we had only one button. And I believe it was Jordan who came up with the idea of a short press to do a punch and a long press to do a kick. I kind of have that memory. And it seems like Jordan to come up with that. And ultimately, would have to pass muster with Jordan anyway. You know, you're trying to fit, it's not exactly a square peg into a round hole, but there are certain design compromises. And very often, you have to reinterpret intent. Fortunately, Jordan was around. But it's like if you translate a book into a different language, you don't do a literal translation. There are places where language will accommodate it. So you have to kind of reshape it through the sort of artistic intent. And this was one of those compromises. I remember the music in Karateka was very important, particularly because Jordan was very much into music and the cinematic quality of it. And his dad was as well. His dad composed the music, and his dad is actually quite an accomplished composer. And on the Apple II, it didn't have the audio capability. It was single voice, and you had to kind of simulate through square wave stuff, try to modulate it. But on the Commodore version, he made it much richer. And so the music was, I believe, largely, recomposed for the platform. I think the same theme that played at the beginning of the game was part of it, but he filled it out all over the place. And Jordan's father, Francis, went to town on it. He composed the whole thing himself. And so I'd get these bulk shipments of notes that I'd have to figure out. And there were more cues put into where the sound would happen. It was a challenge on the Commodore 64 because it ran slower we couldn't get the same fluidity as the Apple. We could actually do better than that on the Atari, and that just turns out because the Atari hardware worked a certain way. So the Atari 400-800 port came after the Commodore 64 port. It was a pleasure to use. It had the same one-button joystick problem. And its audio output wasn't quite as rich and interesting as the Commodore, but it was a faster processor. Now the Atari would steal DMA cycles to draw the screen, but because Karateka had a big blue sky, you would use these scanline interrupts to change the graphics mode. So like at the top of the screen, I would switch it to low-res graphics, which were basically like big text, and just set them to big blue blocks. And it would render that, and then when I got down to the fence, turn it off, and then it would go into high-res mode. And so what that did is probably ran at like 1.4 megahertz, so it's probably 40% faster, so it could be smoother. So in the Apple version, it would go fast and slow depending on how many things were rendering on the screen. But on the Atari, it was more likely to be at the right speed and feel more fluid, like as things were, like big objects were scrolling by. And in the dark rooms, in the later levels, you just turn off the entire graphics stuff, so it was particularly efficient. You didn't have to render anything up there, so it ran much closer to probably 1.6. And so the upshot was that it just felt better on the Atari. And I don't know, there's been many ports since. I remember seeing the IBM PC port of it, and it wasn't anywhere near as fluid. I did these conversions, and I was friends with Jordan at the very start of my career. I was a teenager at the time. And so in terms of how this fits into history, I feel a lot of pride in that this, I think, was a very significant work that changed the course of how people think about computer games. But also for me personally, it changed my relationship with Jordan, and how I think about crafting things changed dramatically as well.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. Started out, you got to master kind of the upper hit, the lower hit, and then the bird comes along and kills you, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. I have to get good at that. Have to get good at the timing, right? The way the game unfolded those sorts of vulnerabilities and effectively rewound you, right? Like, making a mistake was a big impact.
Well, that was the hardest thing to learn in the game. He just sends his eagle, hawk, falcon, whatever. Like we just knew it was trouble, and finally learning like the timing of how to like kick it in the air or something like that, and keep sending it back and just get it to go away.
Yes, yeah, I remember trying to time it. Well, it was difficult at first, but games back then, I was an arcade rat, so I was used to, you try something, it doesn't work, you die, you start over, you try again, try something different. And Karateka was, more of that.
It was a very memorable sense of progress. Like, I've got to get through this guy again. I know what to do here. It's like, oh, you sent the bird. Okay, I'll get ready to kick it.
Today game design is more forgiving about that stuff, but back then it really wasn't. So you had to really memorize, right about here is when you're going to get attacked by the eagle. Right about here is when you're going to start encountering the next tier of enemy.
You gotta make sure that you get through the gates safely and they don't like crush your skull. I don't know how many times that happened, but it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot harder, I think, than games today. I would actually say in some ways it was a little more forgiving than a lot of games back then, because you didn't insta-die in one hit from most enemies. Right? The eagle was the one who most likely to kill you for quite a while. A lot of games back then were super punitive, right? Very, very challenging. And it felt to me like Karateka, because it wanted you to feel immersed in the movie, gave you a little bit of rope, right? Not a ton.
To me, the magic of games of that era was exactly that they gave you just what you needed, and then as a player you kind of filled in the blanks, like you used your imagination, and that had a big impact on me with Karateka, and that's something I carried with me into Mortal Kombat, was exactly that. It's like, hey, this is an arcade game, there's not a whole lot of place to tell stories, so we better take every advantage that we can to kind of set these things up so that the player has the tools that they need to kind of fill in blanks.
You really felt the beats of the story and the beats of the action as you marched through the game. And I mean, there's so many like cool things, the cinematic scrolling, so you have like a mountain in the background and, the gates you're getting through. And
like, I think about just the sky in that game as something that, it served almost as a character, because the way the backgrounds framed you was very intentional feeling. It wasn't just random tree every, fixed distance, right? Which again is what most of those games would have done. Tree, screen, tree, screen, tree, right? Instead you had a real sense of framing to it. It felt like still shots or photo shots.
And so you got a sense of you being like the protagonist, but like the antagonists are approaching you, and it takes a little while to get to them. And that cross-cutting technique just gives you a sense of tension that builds and builds and builds, and then you're facing them like, it's super effective. And it was like, again, another shocking choice to sort of use the language of cinema to convey like approach. That's like a simple thing, but it's a really powerful thing.
You had to, gosh, I'm flashing back now. You had to pay attention to where that guy was, because if it cut away to the enemy and he was coming at you from one direction, you're moving in that direction. If you kept going full tilt, odds were pretty good you'd slam right into him and get in trouble. So you actually had to remember, oh wait, he's coming, I'm going to want to slow down and give him a chance to kind of mosey in when we get close enough, right? Just to have a better tactical position. So it wasn't just that we cut away for story. It actually cued important gameplay things and gave you an opportunity to strategize a little. You really had to think about that, and it was very much a learn by failing kind of process, which of course leads all the way up to the ending, which has one of the biggest twists that way ever.
Let me tell you the story of the entire Apple II gaming community hating Jordan Mechner.
You know, the way the game worked is you essentially could be in combat stance or not. And you did move in and out of combat stance pretty regularly because you wanted to be able to sprint versus, you know, edge forward.
Finally, I have killed the boss. You run into the room and there's a princess there.
So, of course, what we did was we edged in and we got close and wham. She killed us because she thought we were one of the villains.
As frustrating as that was for me the first time I got kicked in the face by her, the chance to kind of do it all over again and figure out, okay, what did I do wrong?
If you come in a non-aggressive way, it's very different.
So you have to play the whole thing again and then walk up to her. And then she's cool, thanks for saving me and all that stuff. But the moment of shock on my face when like I was just taken out with one hit is like, whoosh, you know, it's like, what?
Today we'd call it a cutscene, but it's a seamless one. You were in control and then suddenly the game takes over and you're not in control, and it's perfectly seamless. If anything, my one regret with the game was always that I wanted there to be a little bit more right after that final hug. You know, it goes pretty quickly sort of into rolling the end, and I always wish there were a little more, that the story didn't just stop.
It really affected me as far as, you know, like how much of a sort of a feeling of a story experience you could have in a game, and like you could feel emotions, even, you know, being mad that something happened in the game. Like all those were like, everything was just kind of fun. And so like that led me to love like character-based games and story. I think it's one of the foundational experiences that made me want to make, you know, an Acronox, an epic RPG, or made me want to like feature more experiences that made me want to make, you know, an Acronox, an epic RPG, or made me want to like feature more bold characters and more story content in games, just because it was like, it felt like a new thing and a new way to tell stories.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah, president of Digital Eclipse, and I'm here to talk about the remastering of Karateka.
Yeah!